The junior whirled it around and said to the Tang priest, I'm going to flog you. Flog away, the willow tree replied. When he had given it 30 resounding lashes, he whirled the whip around once more and said to Pig, Now I'm going to flog you. Flog away, the willow tree replied. When he came to flog Friar Sand, he told him to go ahead. But when he came to flog Monkey, the real monkey on the road shuddered and said, Oh no! What do you mean? Sanzong asked. When I turned the four willow trees into the four of us, I thought that as he had me flogged twice yesterday, he wouldn't flog me again today. But now he's lashing the magic body. My real body is feeling the pain. I'm putting an end to this magic. With that, he hastily recited an incantation to break the spell. Look at the terror of the Taoist boys as they throw down their leather whips and report. Master, at first we were flogging the priest from the Great Tang, but all we are flogging now are willow trunks. The great immortal laughed bitterly on hearing this and was full of admiration. Brother Monkey really is a splendid monkey king. I had heard that when he turned the heavenly palace upside down, he could not even be caught with a heaven and earth net, and now I see it must be true. I wouldn't mind your escaping, but why did you leave four willows tied up here to impersonate you? He shall be shown no mercy. After him. As the words after him left his mouth, the great immortal sprang up on a cloud and looked west to see the monks carrying their bundles and spurring their horse as they went on their way. Bringing his cloud down, he shouted, Where are you going, monkey? Give me back my manfruit tree. We're done for, exclaimed Pig. Our enemies come back. Put all your piety away for now, master, said Monkey, while we finish him off once and for all with a bit of evil. Then we'll be able to escape. The Tang priest shivered and shook on hearing this, and before he could answer, the three disciples rushed forward. Friar Sand wielding his staff, Pig with his rake held high, and the great sage Monkey brandishing his iron cudgel. They surrounded the great immortal in mid-air and struck wildly at him. There are some verses about this terrible fight. Monkey did not know that the immortal, Jin Yuan, the conjoint lord of the age, had even deeper powers. While the three magic weapons fiercely whirled, his deer-tail fly-whisk gently waved. Parrying to left and right, he moved to and fro. Blocking blows from front and back, he let them rush around. When night gave way to dawn, they still were locked in combat. If they tarried here, they would never reach the western heaven. The three of them went for him with their magic weapons, but the great immortal kept them at bay with his fly-whisk. After about an hour, he opened wide his sleeve and caught up master, disciples, horse, and baggage in it once more. Then he turned his cloud around and went back to his temple, where all the immortals greeted him. After taking his seat in the hall, he took them out of his sleeve one by one. He had the Tang priest tied to a stunted locust tree at the foot of the steps, with Pig and Friar Sand tied to trees next to him. Monkey was tied up upside down, which made him think that he was going to be tortured and interrogated. When Monkey was tightly bound, the great immortal sent for 10 long turban cloths. What a kind gentleman, Pig, said Monkey. He sent for some cloth to make sleeves for us. With a bit less, he could have made us cassocks. The junior immortals fetched home-woven cloth, and on being told by the great immortal to wrap up Pig and Friar Sand with it, they came forward to do so. "Excellent," said Monkey. "Excellent. You're being encoffined alive." Within a few moments, the three of them were wrapped up, and lacquer was then sent for. The immortals quickly fetched some lacquer that they had taped and dried themselves, with which they painted the three bandaged bodies all over except for the heads. "Never mind about our heads, sir," said Pig, "but please leave us a hole at the bottom to shit through." The great immortal then sent for a huge cauldron, at which Monkey said with a laugh, "You're in luck, Pig. I think they must have brought the cauldron out to cook us some rice in." "Fine," said Pig. "I hope they give us some rice first. We'll make much better looking ghosts if we die with our bellies full." The immortals carried out the large cauldron and put it under the steps, and the great immortal called for dry wood to be stacked up round it and set ablaze. "Ladle it full of pure oil," he commanded, "and when it is hot enough to bubble, deep fry Monkey in it to pay me back for my man-fruit." Monkey was secretly delighted to hear this. "That's just what I want," he thought. "I haven't had a bath for ages, and my skin's getting rather itchy. I'd thoroughly appreciate a hot bath." Very soon the oil was bubbling, and Monkey was having reservations. He was afraid that the immortal's magic might be hard for him to fathom, and that at first he might be unable to use his limbs in the cauldron. Hastily looking around him, he saw that there was a sundial to the east of the dais, and a stone lion to the west. Monkey rolled towards it with a spring, bit off the end of his tongue, spurted blood all over the stone lion, and shouted, "Change!" at which it turned into his own image, tied up in a bundle like himself. Then he extracted his spirit and went up into the clouds, from where he looked down at the Taoists. It was just at this moment that the junior immortals reported, "The oil's boiling hard." "Carry Monkey down to it," the great immortal ordered, but when the four of them tried to pick him up, they could not. 8 then tried and failed, and 4 more made no difference. "This earth-infatuated ape is immovable," they said. "He may be small, but he's very solid." 12 junior immortals were then told to pick him up, with the aid of carrying poles, and when they threw him in, there was a loud crash as drops of oil splashed about, raising blisters all over junior immortals' faces. "There's a hole in the cauldron. It's started leaking," the scalded immortals cried, but before the words were out of their mouths, the oil had all run out through the bottom of the cauldron. They realized that they had thrown a stone lion into it. "Damn that ape for his insolence," said the great immortal in a terrible rage. "How dare he play tricks in my presence? I don't mind so much about your getting away, but how dare you wreck my cauldron? It's useless trying to catch him, and even if you could, it would be like grinding mercury out of sand, or trying to hold a shadow or the wind. Forget about him. Let him go. Untie Tong Sung Zong instead, and fetch another pot. We can fry him to avenge the destruction of the tree." The junior immortal set to and began to tear off Sanzong's lacquered bandages. Monkey could hear all this clearly from midair. "The master will be done for," he thought. "If he goes into that cauldron, it'll kill him. Then he'll be cooked, and after 4 or 5 fryings, he'll be eaten as a really tender piece of monk. I must go back down and save him." The splendid great sage brought his cloud down to land, clasped his hands in front of him, and said, "Don't spoil the lacquered bands, and don't fry master. Put me in the cauldron of oil instead." "I'll get you, you baboon," raged the immortal in astonishment. "Why did you use one of your tricks to smash my cooking pot?" "You must expect to be smashed up if you meet me. And what business is it of mine, anyhow? I was going to accept your kind offer of some hot oil, but I was desperate for a shit and a piss. And if I'd done them in your cauldron, I'd have spoilt your oil, and your food wouldn't have tasted right. Now I've done my stuff, and I'm ready for the cauldron. Please fry me instead of my master." The great immortal laughed coldly, came out of the hall, and seized him. If you don't know how the story goes, or how he escaped, listen to the explanation in the next installment.
Chapter 26. Sun Wukong looks for the formula in the 3 islands. Guan Yin revives the tree with a spring of sweet water. As the poem goes, when living in the world, you must be forbearing. Patience is essential when training oneself. Although it's often said that violence is good business, think before you act, and never bully or be angry. True gentlemen who never strive are famed forever. The virtue-loving sages are renowned to this day. Strong men always meet stronger than themselves, and end up as failures who are in the wrong. The great immortal Jin Yuan held Monkey in his hand and said, "I've heard about your powers and your fame, but this time you have gone too far. Even if you manage to remove yourself, you won't escape my clutches. You and I shall argue it out as far as the western heaven, and even if you see that Buddha of yours, you'll still have to give me back my manfruit tree first. Don't try any of your magic now."
"What a small-minded bloke you are, sir," Monkey replied with a laugh. "If you want your tree brought back to life, there's no problem. If you'd told me earlier, we could have been spared all this quarreling."
"If you hadn't made trouble, I'd have forgiven you," said the great immortal.
"Would you agree to release my master if I gave you back the tree alive?" Monkey asked.
"If your magic is strong enough to revive the tree," the great immortal replied, "I shall bow to you 8 times and take you as my brother."
"That's easy then," said Monkey. "Release them, and I guarantee to give you back your tree alive."
Trusting him not to escape, the great immortal ordered that Sanzang, Pig, and Friar Sand be set free. "Master," said Friar Sand, "I wonder what sort of trick Monkey is up to." "I'll tell you what sort of trick," retorted Pig. "A pleading for favor trick. The tree's dead and can't possibly be revived. Finding a cure for the tree is an excuse for going off by himself without giving a damn for you or me."
"He wouldn't dare abandon us," said Sanzang. "Let's ask him where he's going to find a doctor for it. Monkey," he continued, "why did you fool the immortal elder into untying us?" "Every word I said was true," Monkey replied. "I wasn't leading him on."
"Where will you go to find a cure?"
"There's an old saying that cures come from over the sea.
I'll go to the Eastern Sea and travel round the 3 islands and 10 continents, visiting the venerable immortals and sages to find a formula for bringing the dead tree back to life. I promise that I'll cure that tree. When will you come back? I'll only need 3 days. In that case, I'll give you 3 days. If you were back within that time, that will be all right. But if you are late, I shall recite that spell. I'll do as you say, said Monkey. He immediately straightened up his tiger skin kilt, went out through the door, and said to the great immortal, Don't worry, sir, I'll soon be back. Might you look after my master well. Give him tea 3 times a day and 6 meals, and don't leave any out. If you do, I'll settle that score when I come back, and I'll start by holing the bottoms of your pants. If his clothes get dirty, wash them for him. I won't stand for it if he looks sallow, and if he loses weight, you'll never see the back of me. Go away, the great immortal replied. I certainly won't let him go hungry. The splendid Monkey King left the Wuzhuang Temple with a bound of his somersault cloud and headed for the Eastern Sea. He went through the air as fast as a flash of lightning or a shooting star, and he was soon in the blessed land of Pinglai. As he landed his cloud, he looked around him and saw that it was indeed a wonderful place. A poem about it goes, A great and sacred land where the immortal sages still the waves as they come and go. The shade of the jasper throne cools the heart of the sky. The radiance of the great gate pillars shimmers high above the sea. Hidden in the colored mists are flutes of jade. The moon and the stars shine on the golden Leviathan. The Queen Mother of the Western Pool often comes here to give her peaches to the 3 immortals. Gazing at the enchanted land that spread out before him, Brother Monkey entered Pinglai. As he was walking along, he noticed 3 old men sitting round a chess table under the shade of a pine tree outside a cloud-wreathed cave. The one watching the game was the Star of Longevity, and the players were the Star of Blessings and the Star of Office. Greetings, respected younger brothers, Monkey called to them, and when they saw him, they swept the pieces away, returned his salutation, and said, Why have you come here, great sage? To see you, he replied. I've heard, said the Star of Longevity, that you have given up the way for the sake of the Buddha, and have thrown aside your life to protect the Tang priest on his journey to fetch the scriptures from the western heaven. How can you spare the time from your endless crossings of water and mountains just to see us? To tell you the truth, said Monkey, I was on my way to the west until a spot of bother held us up. I wonder if you could do me a small favor. Where did this happen? Asked the Star of Blessings. What has been holding you up? Please tell us and we'll deal with it. We've been held up because we went via the Wuzhuang Temple on the Mountain of Infinite Longevity, said Monkey. But the Wuzhuang Temple is the palace of the great immortal Jin Wan, exclaimed the 3 immortals with alarm. Don't say that you've stolen some of his man-fruit. What if I had stolen and eaten some? Asked Monkey with a grin. You ignorant ape, the 3 immortals replied. A mere whiff of that fruit makes a man live to be 360, and anyone who eats one will live 47,000 years. They are called grass-returning cinnabar of 10,000 longevities, and our way hasn't a patch on them. Manfruit makes you as immortal as heaven with the greatest of ease, while it takes us goodness knows how long to nourish our essence, refine the spirit, preserve our soul, harmonize water and fire, capture the Khan to fill out the Li. How can you possibly ask whether it would matter? There's no other miraculous tree like it on Earth. Miraculous tree, scoffed Monkey. Miraculous tree! I've put an end to that miraculous tree. What? Put an end to it? The three immortals asked, struck with horror. When I was in the temple the other day, Monkey said, the great immortal wasn't at home. There were only a couple of boys who received my master and gave him 2 manfruits. My master didn't know what they were, and said that they were newborn babies. He refused to eat them. The boys took them away and ate them themselves, instead of offering them to the rest of us. So I went and pinched 3, 1 for each of us disciples. Those disrespectful boys swore and cursed at us with no end, which made me so angry that I knocked their tree over with a single blow. All the fruit disappeared, the leaves fell, the roots came out, and the branches were smashed up. The tree was dead. To our surprise, the 2 boys locked us in, but I opened the lock and we escaped. When the great immortal came home the next day, he came after us and found us. Our conversation didn't go too smoothly, and we started to fight him. But he dodged us, spread his sleeve out, and caught us all up in it. After being tied up, then flogged and interrogated for a day, we escaped again, but he caught up with us and captured us again. Although he had not an inch of steel on him, he fought us off with his whisk, and even with our 3 weapons, we couldn't touch him. He caught us the same way as before. He had my master and 2 brothers wrapped up in bandages and lacquered, and was going to throw me into a cauldron of oil, but I used a trick to take my body away and escape, smashing that pan of his. Now that he's realized he can't catch me and keep me, he's getting a bit scared of me, and I had a good talk with him. I told him that if he released my master and my brothers, I'd guarantee to cure the tree and bring it back to life, which would satisfy both parties. As it occurred to me that cures come from over the sea, I came here specially to visit you 3 brothers of mine. If you have any cures that will bring a tree back to life, please tell me one so that I can get the Tang priest out of trouble as quickly as possible. You ape, the 3 stars said gloomily when they heard this. You don't know who you're up against. That Master Jin Wan is the patriarch of the immortals of the earth, and we are the chiefs of the divine immortals. Although you have become a heavenly immortal, you are still only one of the irregulars of the great monad, not one of the elite. You'll never be able to escape his clutches. If you'd killed some animal, bird, insect, or reptile, great sage, we could have given you some pills made from sticky millet to bring it back to life. But that manfruit tree is a magic one and can't possibly be revived. There's no cure, none at all. When he heard that there was no cure, Monkey's brows locked in a frown, and his forehead was creased in 1,000 wrinkles. Great sage, said the Star of Blessing, even though we have no cure here, there may be one somewhere else. Why be so worried? If there was anywhere else for me to go, Monkey replied, it would be easy. It wouldn't even matter if I had to go to the furthest corner of the ocean, or to the cliff at the end of the sky, or if I had to penetrate the 36th heaven. But the trouble is that the Tang Patriarch is very strict and has given me a time limit of 3 days. If I'm not back in 3 days, he'll recite the band tightening spell. Splendid, splendid, laughed the 3 stars. If you weren't restricted by that spell, you'd go up to heaven again. Calm down, great sage, said the Star of Longevity. There's no need to worry. Although that great immortal is senior to us, he is a friend of ours, and as we haven't visited him for a long time, and would like to do you a favor, we'll go and see him. We'll explain things for you and tell that Tang monk not to recite the band tightening spell. We won't go away until you come back, however long you take, even if it's a lot longer than 3 to 5 days. Thank you very much, said Monkey. May I ask you to set out now as I'm off? With that, he took his leave. The 3 stars went off on beams of auspicious light to the Wuzhuang Temple, where all present heard cranes calling in the sky as the 3 of them arrived. The void was bathed in blessed glow, the Milky Way heavy with fragrance. 1,000 wisps of colored mist enveloped the feather-clad ones. A single cloud supported the immortal feet. Green and red phoenixes circled and soared, as the aroma in their sleeves wafted over the earth. These dragons leant on their staffs and smiled, and jade-white beards waved before their chests. Their youthful faces were untroubled by sorrow. Their majestic bodies were rich with blessing. They carried star chips to count their age, and at their waists hung gourds and talismans. Their life is infinitely long, and they live on the 10 continents and 3 islands. They often come to bring blessings to mortals, spreading good things 100-fold among humans. The glory and blessings of the universe come now as happiness unlimited. As these 3 elders visit the great immortal on auspicious light, there is no end to good fortune and peace. Master, the immortal youths rushed to report when they saw them. The 3 stars from the sea are here. The great immortal, Zhen Huan, who was talking with the Tang priest, came down the steps to welcome them when he heard this. When Pig saw the Star of Longevity, he went up and tugged at his clothes. I haven't seen you for ages, you meat-headed old fellow, he said with a grin. You're getting very free and easy, turning up without a hat. With these words, he thrust his own clerical hat on the star's head, clapped his hands, and roared with laughter. Great, great! You've been capped and promoted, all right. Flinging the hat down, the Star of Longevity cursed him for a disrespectful moron. I'm no moron, said Pig, but you're all slaves. You're most certainly a moron, the Star of Blessing replied. So how dare you call us slaves? If you aren't slaves, then, Pig retorted, why do people always ask you to bring us long life, bring us blessings, bring us a good job? Sanzong shouted at Pig to go away, then quickly tidied himself up and bowed to the 3 stars. The 3 stars greeted the great immortal as befitted members of a younger generation, after which they all sat down. We have not seen your illustrious countenance for a long time, the Star of Office said, which shows our great lack of respect. The reason we come to see you now is because the great sage Monkey has made trouble in your immortal temple. Has Monkey been to Penglai? The great immortal asked. Yes, replied the Star of Longevity. He came to our place to ask for a formula to restore the elixir tree that he killed. As we have no cure for it, he has had to go elsewhere in search of it.
We're afraid that if he exceeds the 3-day time limit the holy priest has imposed, the band tightening spell may be said. We've come in the first place to pay our respects, and in the second to ask for an extension of the limit. I won't recite it, I promise, answered Sanzang as soon as he heard this. As they were talking, Pig came rushing in again to grab hold of the Star of Blessing and demand some fruit from him. He started to feel in the star's sleeves and rummage round his waist, pulling his clothes apart as he searched everywhere. What sort of behavior is that? Asked Sanzang with a smile. I'm not misbehaving, said Pig. This is what's meant by the saying, blessings wherever you look. Sanzang shouted at him to go away again. The idiot withdrew slowly, glaring at the Star of Blessing with unwavering hatred in his eyes. I wasn't angry with you, you moron, said the star. So why do you hate me so? I don't hate you, said Pig. This is what they call turning the head and seeing blessing. As the idiot was going out, he saw a young boy come in with 4 tea ladles, looking for bowls in the abbot's cell in which to put fruit and serve tea. Pig seized one of the ladles, ran to the main hall of the temple, snatched up a handbell, and started striking it wildly. He was enjoying himself enormously when the great immortal said, This monk gets more and more disrespectful. I'm not being disrespectful, Pig replied. I'm bringing in happiness for the 4 seasons. While Pig was having his jokes and making trouble, Monkey had bounded away from Ping Lai by auspicious cloud and come to the magic mountain Fanzhang. This was a really wonderful place. As the poem goes, the towering Fanzhang is another heaven, where gods and immortals meet in the palace of the Great Unity. The purple throne illuminates the road to the 3 pure ones. The scent of flowers and trees drifts among the clouds. Many a golden phoenix comes to rejoice around its flowery portals. What makes the fields of magical mushrooms glisten like jade? Pale peaches and purple plums are newly ripened, ready to give even longer life to the immortals. But as Monkey brought his cloud down, he was in no mood to enjoy the view. As he was walking along, he smelt a fragrance in the wind, heard the cry of the black stork, and saw an immortal. The sky was filled with radiant light, as multicolored clouds shone and glowed. Red phoenixes looked brighter than the flowers in their beaks. Sweetly sang green ones as they danced in flight. His blessings were as great as the eastern sea, his age that of a mountain. Yet his face was a child's, and his body was strong. In a bottle he kept pills of eternal youth, and a charm for everlasting life hung from his waist. He had often sent blessings down to mankind, several times saving mortals from difficulties. He once gave longer life to Emperor Wu, and always went to the peach banquets at the Jade Pool. He taught all monks to cast off worldly fates. His explanations of the Great Way were clear as lightning. He had crossed the seas to pay his respects, and had seen the Buddha on the Vulture Peak. His title was Lord Emperor of Eastern Glory, the highest ranked immortal of the mists and clouds.
When Brother Monkey saw him, he hailed with the words, "I salute you, Emperor." The Lord Emperor hastened to return his greeting and say, "I should have welcomed you properly, great sage. May I ask you home for some tea?" He led Monkey by the hand to his palace of cowrie shells, where there was no end of jasper pools and jade towers. They were sitting, waiting for their tea, when a boy appeared from behind an emerald screen. This is how he looked. A Taoist robe that sparkled with color hung from his body, and light gleamed from the silken sash round his waist. On his head he wore a turban with the sign of the Stars of the Dipper, and the grass sandals on his feet had climbed all the magical mountains. He was refining his true being, shuffling off his shell, and when he had finished, he would reach unbounded bliss. His understanding had broken through to the origins, and his master knew that he was free from mistakes. Avoiding fame and enjoying the present, he had one long life, and did not care about the passing of time. He had been along the crooked portico, climbed to the precious hall, and 3 times received the peaches of heaven. Clouds of incense appeared to rise from behind the emerald screen. This young immortal was Dongfeng Shuo himself. "So you're here, you young thief," said Monkey with a smile when he saw him. "There are no peaches for you to steal here in the Lord Emperor's palace." Dongfeng Shuo greeted him respectfully and replied, "What have you come for, you old thief? My master doesn't keep any pills of immortality here for you to pinch." "Stop talking nonsense, Monkyan," the Lord Emperor shouted, "and bring some tea." Monkyan was Dongfeng Shuo's Taoist name. He hurried inside and brought out 2 cups of tea. When the two of them had drunk it, Monkey said, "I came here to ask you to do something for me. I wonder if you'd be prepared to." "What is it?" the Lord Emperor asked. "Do tell me." "I have been escorting the Tang priest on his journey to the west," Monkey replied, "and our route took us via the Wuzhuang Temple on the Mountain of Infinite Longevity. The youths there were so ill-mannered that I lost my temper and knocked the man-fruit tree over. We've been held up for a while as a result, and the Tang priest cannot get away, which is why I have come to ask you, sir, to give me a formula that will cure it. I do hope that you will be good enough to agree." "You thoughtless ape," the Lord Emperor replied. "You make trouble wherever you go. Master Zhen Wan of the Wuzhuang Temple has the sacred title Conjoint Lord of the Age, and he is Patriarch of the Immortals of the Earth. Why ever did you clash with him? That manfruit tree of his is grass-returning cinnabar. It was criminal enough of you to steal some of the fruit, and knocking the tree over makes it impossible for him ever to make it up with you." "True," said Monkey. "When we escaped, he caught up with us and swept us into a sleeve as if we were so many sweat rags, which made me furious. However, he had to let me go and look for a formula that would cure it, which is why I've come to ask for your help." "I have a 9-phased returning pill of the Great Monad, but it can only bring animate objects back to life, not trees. Trees are lives compounded of the wood and earth elements, and nurtured by heaven and earth. If it were an ordinary mortal tree, I could bring it back to life. But the mountain of infinite longevity is the blessed land of a former heaven. The Wuzhuang Temple is the cave paradise of the western continent of Cattlegift. And the manfruit tree is the life root from the time when heaven and earth were separated. How could it possibly be revived? I have no formula, none at all. In that case, I must take my leave, replied Monkey, and when the Lord Emperor tried to detain him with a cup of jade nectar, he said, "This is too urgent to allow me to stay." He rode his cloud back to the island of Yingzhou, another wonderful place, as this poem shows. Trees of pearls glowed with a purple haze. The Yingzhou palaces led straight to the heavens. Blue hills, green rivers, and the beauty of exquisite flowers. Jade mountains as hard as iron. Pheasants called at the sunrise over the sea. Long-lived phoenixes breathe in red clouds. People, do not look so hard at the scenery in your jar. Beyond the world of phenomena is an eternal spring. On reaching Yingzhou, he saw a number of white-haired immortals with the faces of children playing chess and drinking under a pearl tree at the foot of a cinnabar cliff. They were all laughing and singing. As the poem says, there were light-filled auspicious clouds, perfume floating in a blessed haze, brilliant phoenixes singing at the mouth of the cave, black cranes dancing on a mountaintop. Pale green lotus root and peaches helped their wine down. Pears and fiery red dates gave them 1,000 years of life. Neither of them had ever heard an imperial edict, but each was entered on the list of immortals. They drifted and floated with the waves, free and easy in unsullied elegance. The passage of the days could not affect them. Their freedom was guaranteed by heaven and earth. Black apes come in pairs, looking most charming as they present fruit. White deer, bowing 2 by 2, thoughtfully offer flowers. These old men were certainly living a free and happy life. "How about letting me play with you?" Monkey shouted at the top of his voice, and when the immortals saw him, they hurried over to welcome him. There is a poem to prove it that goes, "When the magic root of the manfruit tree was broken, the great sage visited the immortals in search of a cure. Winding their way through the vermilion mist, the 9 ancients came out of the precious forest to greet him." Monkey, who knew the 9 ancients, said with a smile, "You 9 brothers seem to be doing very nicely." "If you had stayed on straight and narrow in the old days, great sage," they replied, "and not wrecked the heavenly palace, you would be doing even better than are we. Now we hear that you have reformed and are going to the west to visit the Buddha. How did you manage the time off to come here?" Monkey told them how he was searching for a formula to cure the tree. "What a terrible thing to do!" they exclaimed in horror. "What a terrible thing! We honestly have no cure at all." "In that case, I must take my leave of you." The 9 ancients tried to detain him with jasper wine and jade lotus root, but Monkey refused to sit down and stayed on his feet while he drank only 1 cup of wine and ate only 1 piece of lotus root. Then he hurried away from Yingzhou and back to the great eastern ocean. When he saw that Potoraka was not far away, he brought his cloud down to land on the Potoraka crag, where he saw the Bodhisattva Guanyin expounding the scriptures and preaching the Buddha's law to all the great gods of heaven. Moxa and the Dragon Maid in the purple bamboo grove. A poem about it goes: Thick the mists round the lofty city of the sea's mistress, and no end to the greater marvels to be seen. The Shaolin Temple really has the true flavor, with the scent of flowers and fruit, and the trees all red. The Bodhisattva saw a monkey arrive and ordered the great guardian god of the mountain to go and welcome him. The god emerged from the bamboo grove and shouted, "Where are you going, monkey?"
"You bear monster!" Monkey shouted back. "How dare you address me as monkey? If I hadn't spared your life that time, you'd have been just a demon's corpse on the Black Wind Mountain. Now you've joined the Bodhisattva, accepted enlightenment, and come to live on this blessed island where you hear the law
This is Uncle Don, and he's got a huge problem. See, Uncle Don's jungle owes a lot of bananas to many, many creditors. 37 trillion bananas, to be exact. Now that's bananas. That's over 1,000 times more bananas than there are monkeys on the entire globe. Potentially even more bananas than stars in the night sky. This is called the U.S. national debt. Every year, Uncle Don collects bananas from working monkeys who live and run businesses in the jungle. This is called taxes. The government then spends those bananas to run the jungle, build roads, pay soldiers, provide health. Uncle Don's from its citizens, banks, investment funds, even Grandma Monkey's retirement account. These are monkeys who buy something called treasury bonds. Little IOUs from Uncle Don that say, "Lend me your bananas now. I pay you back later with interest." But that's not all. A big chunk of
in the sun, Saku style is number one. Crash your plans, steal the show. Saku comes and steals the flow. Flew through your party plate. Sorry now, I'm feeling great. Clap your hands, don't hesitate. Saku don't care. Saku, excuse me. Saku don't care.
bananas is also borrowed from foreign jungles. Panda's jungle, Pheasant's forest, and European bears are happy to lend bananas because they trust that Uncle Don usually pays them back. In fact, Panda alone used to hold over 1 trillion bananas in American debt. Why? Because the US was seen as a safe place to park bananas. For now. So when Uncle Don borrows, it's not always from shady monkeys in trench coats. And for a long time, everyone's believed Uncle Don and the US jungle would make good on their promise. But the stack of IOUs? It's getting very, very tall and very, very fast. But why does the debt keep growing? And why is this a problem? Borrowing bananas can't always be bad, right? Sometimes you need a little help to build something great, like a bridge or a hospital. But borrowing too many bananas for too long comes at a cost, known as interest. See, when Don racks up a huge debt, the monkeys who lend him bananas will charge an interest on the bananas he owes, which increases the longer the debt remains unpaid. So now Uncle Don has to spend billions of bananas every year just to pay interest, not the actual debt. It's like a snowball of debt rolling downhill, growing bigger each year as interest piles on. The longer it's left unpaid, the harder it is to stop. But wait, there's more. Remember those IOUs that Uncle Don writes? Some are bought up by the feds, also known as the Federal Reserve. They're a unique bunch. See, the feds aren't exactly part of the jungle government, but they're not entirely independent either. And when the feds buy up these IOUs, it creates new bananas digitally, which makes it easier and cheaper for Uncle Don to keep borrowing bananas to keep the jungle running, allegedly. Some monkeys say this helps keep the jungle stable. Others say it just enables the government to continue its unchecked spending. And that's just on home turf. What if international lenders start demanding higher returns or lose trust in Uncle Don's promises? They could stop lending, or worse, ask for all their bananas back at once. And when that happens, let's just say bananas will hit the fan. But how does it affect regular monkeys like you and me? You might think, who cares? I got no bananas anyway. I'm right there with you, my friend, but you should care. Because other than going from a union to a banana republic, jungle debt affects everything. When the debt gets too high, Uncle Don has fewer bananas to spend on maintaining the jungle we live in, like schools, roads, hospitals, and electricity. That means higher taxes, less public spending, or both. It can also make the value of that means higher That means higher taxes, less public spending, or both. It can also make the value of the banana, aka the US dollar, weaker. If lenders start to think Uncle Don is a sketchy borrower, they'll demand more bananas for the same goods, which means the bananas you have in your bank account, they will become worth less too. That's called inflation. But that's for another video. Not only that, your jungle job may be affected too. When debt grows, confidence drops. Investments slow down. The economy starts to buckle. So even if you're just living your best jungle life, the debt crisis could mean reduced wages, lower job security, and a weakened currency. But what can Don do? Uncle Don and his administration could reduce spending. But that's hard, because monkeys enjoy roads, schools, and jungle police. While this could work, he'll have to deal with angry monkeys at the White House. He could raise taxes. But again, many monkeys won't like that either. He could try to grow the economy faster. More businesses equals more employed monkeys equals more taxes, which equals more bananas. But growth takes time, and the debt isn't waiting for Don to play catch-up. And what's scary is that most of what Uncle Don has done during his term is borrow more. Monkey is tired of this being hand-waved away like it's nothing. It's hard to believe this mountain of debt gets so little attention, even as the US keeps spending like there's no one watching. And eventually, the jungle will have to make tough choices, or the debt will make them for us. The US national debt crisis is not just a scary number. It's a sign that the jungle is living beyond its means, borrowing bananas like there's no tomorrow. But tomorrow always comes, and when it does, the debt ceiling, just remember, that $9 banana
Just whenever there's storm bolts, rocket old.
After the big tariff announcement, something happened that shocked economists, and it wasn't the stock market dropping. It was the value of the dollar dropping. Usually in times of market turmoil, it increases because investors are flocking to the US for safety.
We saw exactly the opposite. Money fled from the US for safety instead of to the US for safety for the first time in my memory.
That was a sign that something was getting different and that people weren't just shifting between U.S. assets. They were getting nervous about U.S. assets.
And that was unprecedented and something that woke up, I think,
$1 trillion. And back then, they're fun to go into debt.
big recessions. We want to maintain the standard of living. Pandemics. We borrowed a lot in the pandemic. Probably a really good thing to do in 2020.
That's exactly when you want to be.
Investors' money
Opportunity
It affects.
debt. And of course, is not available to whatever it may be.
more than everything else spent to run the government, or
limit interest
And-
route
it's always down. It's happening. Some policymakers argue if the U.S. economy does better,
already tied.
We-
We need a
Oh, then we
I can cook.
I gotta reset. There we go. That's what we need, right? That's what we need. That's what you guys are waiting for. W spear miss. Shut up. I'm just locking in. I'm watching BP with no pants on go crazy. Oof, 92%. Oh, I'm about to bust. I'm about to bust. The fuck? Wait, it kind of feels fine on ping, no? Oh my god, I'm actually just so troll. Oh yeah. Oh lord, I'm about to bust. It's just a raw ult, but I mean it worked. So
We have nothing for Stormwell now, but I don't have Jeff anyway.
I'm going behind them here. That's crazy. Wait.
Just spread out, get high ground.
No, is the mag really chasing me? This fucking piece of shit, bro. This fucking piece of shit, Magneto. When I was about to one-shot their backline because I was under 100 health, I was trying to, yeah, I was trying to make use of the passive, but it's a bit risky, as you can see.
We almost have rocket ult. We can live for a second.
It's kind of big. Shit, they kind of broke it. This mag. Oh hell no. Bro, Panther feels so weird to play whenever people are like super split up. I don't know what the fuck to go for. The damage you got owned. Panther's better than Luke the Ninja? I mean, obviously. I mean, who's surprised? Who's surprised? Luke the Ninja is dog shit. He will always be dog shit. He will always be my little brother.
Second tank, if I need.
The littlest of my brothers. She hit me? Oh, she did, bro. It's garbage player. Through and through. Yeah, this hero feels like... I don't know. They just fixed him. I think he feels fine on ping, too. Like, I feel like... pretty much, like... I'm not no-regging. I'm just missing like an idiot. So I can't really cope, right? Ooh. Looks like it's Basto clock.
Gonna get sticky.
Basto clock. It's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Shit. Ult is ending. That was like perfectly timed. That strange might just be a goat.
We're up.
Shit. I missed again. I would have killed him. Look how much damage I did though. Ogre's Q sniping? He can't Q snipe me. He literally can't Q snipe me. She tremble on my BP till I bust. But Psylocke's going crazy though. What the fuck? They don't kill her? Have you tried hitting?
Another team, avoid him if you want to win game. He's so fucking bad.
Real
shit.
Real shit. Yeah, avoid that guy. He's so bad.
I lost my dash. What? I'll lose my dash there. Oh, I hit the payload. Okay, that's why. Hit the payload. I see. The payload is the payload. That's why. No, it's not an Oreg. It's not an Oreg. I hit, like, my spear hit the payload. It's not an Oreg. Guys, every time you miss a dash, it does not mean you no-regged, okay? Sometimes you were just bad. And that's fine. Because this hero is hard to play. And you're gonna make mistakes. And that's okay. Oh, I'm about to bast. Oh, I'm basting. She's about to... Z9. Yeah, I have 4x frame gen.
Switch things up, including which side you're on.
Guys, on God, bro. Frame gen is broken. On God. Trust me. Stop being sheep. I know you read it on a Reddit thread that it's bad 7 years ago. 7 years ago on a Reddit thread from 2011. 7 years ago. Maybe it was bad. But trust me. Trust me. It's good. Open your third eye, brother. Open your third fucking eye.
Yeah.
Realize that
He threw a
real
game earlier 'cause we had
real
no phone.
eyes see real lies and turn on frame gen. You just making things up?
30 seconds before you attack.
No.
Get ready.
I've met many Supremes before, Strange.
He's like, yep. Okay, we want to play these characters. I'm throwing.
Because I'm a doctor, I pull people from your grip.
I'm about to bust.
Also, I charge a lot.
Open your eyes. Reality is but an illusion.
The battle starts in 5,
Exactly. Precisely.
3, 2, 1.
The souls of the worthy may find their way to Valhalla.
She thinks she can one-shot my ass?
Destination.
This is diabolical.
Must be praised.
Bast. Oh, I'm about to bast on it. It's like one of my favorite maps to play Panther because you just have like such easy flanks. Like you just go around here and digging in it. Oh my god, why am I so bad? I'm off by a lot, bro. There we go. Finally not trolling.
Powerful healing. My strength is renewed.
That was really unnecessary. He was genuinely 1 hit HP. Shit. Get this fucking rat. Nah, I will kill you, bro. Like, you will die. You realize that, right? Dash away. Or don't dash away. Die instead. That works too for me. Bro.
Powerful healing.
Yo, does anyone else feel like playing Thing into the Panthers low-key trolling in this meta? Like, if you're playing Thingaling and they're playing shit like, I don't know. I mean, we have a Strange right now, right? But if they're playing like Emma Mag, the fuck is your Thingaling ass doing, bro? Bogger cook me with it? No, he lost that game. What do you mean? He lost. He did not cook shit, bro. Now this hero feels so good. Yo, I'm about to bust. I'm about to bust in their backline. I don't even care. Lord have mercy. I'm about to bust. He chuckled. He just chuckled and then died.
Another epic victory. Big win.
Day 5 of Daily Necker's Glaze message. Good morning, handsome, looking huge, locked in, and crazy jacked. Thank you, bro. Appreciate it.
Saco, saco, vem, saco, saco, foi. Saco, saco, dança e depois ela para no meio do ar e faz miau. Tem galho no chapéu, tem abacaxi no céu. Saco dança com vento e desaparece num momento. Saco, saco vem, saco, saco foi. Saco, saco dança e depois ela para no meio do ar e faz miau. Saco, 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 saco. Saco dança no teto, saco canta no espeto. Ela gira sem motivo, morde o céu bem ao vivo. Piu, 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 ninguém entendeu, mas sorriu. Saco, saco vai cair, saco, saco quer subir. Saco, saco gira torto, beijou a lua no rosto. Saco, saco sem noção. Saco, samba em outra mão. Saco, santa em outra mão. Saco, saco sem sentido. Mas todo mundo tá envolvido. Olha o olho da saco, virou espiral. Coração bate num ritmo anormal. Ela fala com formiga, abraça o trovão. Canta samba num tom de dragão. Tem galho no chapéu, tem abacaxi no céu. Saco dança com vento e desaparece num momento. Saco, saco vem, saco, saco foi. Saco, saco dança e depois ela para no meio do ar e faz miau.
Sensei, Liz, アレンジのアートワークス、10、ディストラクト、パス、メン、シャワー、キャンティエ、フォ、セ、ユ、先生、わらわら。
E faz miau.
サク、シャワー、わらわら。
Being taught all the time. Shouldn't you address me as sir? It was indeed thanks to Monkey that the black bear had been enlightened and was now guarding the Bodhisattva's Potoraka as one of the great gods of heaven, so all he could do was to force a smile and say, "The ancients said, great sage, that a gentleman does not bear grudges. Why should you care about what you're called? Anyhow, the Bodhisattva has sent me to welcome you." Monkey then became grave and serious as he went into the purple bamboo grove with the great god and did obeisance to the Bodhisattva. "How far has the Tang priest got, Monkey?" she asked. "He has reached the mountain of infinite longevity in the western continent of Cattle Gift," Monkey replied. "Have you met the great immortal Jin Wan, who lives in the Wuzhuang Temple on that mountain?" she asked. "As your disciple didn't meet the great immortal Jin Wan when I was in the Wuzhuang Temple," replied Monkey, bowing to the ground. "I destroyed his manfruit tree and offended him. As a result, my master is in a very difficult position and can make no progress."
You wretched ape, said the Bodhisattva angrily now that she knew about it. You have no conscience at all. That manfruit tree of his is the life fruit from the time when heaven and earth were separated. And the Master Zhenwan is the patriarch of the earth's immortals, which means even I have to show him a certain respect. Why ever did you harm his tree? Monkey bowed once more and said, I really didn't know. He was away that day, and there were only 2 immortal youths to look after us. When Pig heard that they had this fruit, he wanted to try one, so I stole 3 for him, and we had 1 each. They swore at us no end when they found out, so I lost my temper and knocked the tree over. When he came back the next day, he chased us and caught us all up in his sleeve. We were tied up and flogged for a whole day. We got away that night, but he caught up with us and put us in his sleeve again. All our escape attempts failed, so I promised him I'd put the tree right. I've been searching for a formula all over the seas and been to all 3 islands of the immortals, but the gods and immortals are all useless, which is why I decided to come and worship you, Bodhisattva, and tell you all about it. I beg you in your mercy to grant me a formula so that I can save the Tang priest and have him on his way west again as soon as possible. Why didn't you come and see me earlier instead of searching the islands for it? The Bodhisattva asked. I'm in luck, thought Monkey with delight when he heard this. I'm in luck. The Bodhisattva must have a formula. He went up to her and pleaded for it again. The sweet dew in this pure vase of mine, she said, is an excellent cure for magic trees and plants. Has it ever been tried out? Monkey asked. Yes, she said. How? He asked. Some years ago, Lord Lao-Tzu beat me at gambling, she replied, and took my willow sprig away with him. He put it in his elixir refining furnace and burnt it to a cinder before sending it back to me. I put it back in the vase, and a day later and a night later, it was as green and leafy as ever. I'm really in luck, said Monkey. Really in luck. If it can bring a cinder back to life, something that has only been pushed over should be easy. The Bodhisattva instructed her subjects to look after the grove as she was going away for a while. Then she took up her vase, and her white parrot went in front, singing, while Monkey followed behind. As the poem goes, the jade-haired golden one is hard to describe to mortals. She truly is a compassionate deliverer. Although in eons past she had known the spotless Buddha, now she had acquired a human form. After several lives in the sea of suffering, she had purified the waves, and in her heart there was no speck of dust. The sweet dew that had long undergone the miraculous law was bound to give the magic tree eternal life. The great immortal and the 3 stars were still in lofty conversation when they saw Monkey bring his cloud down and heard him shout, The Bodhisattva's here! Come and welcome her at once! The 3 stars and Master Zhenwan hurried out with Sanzang and his disciples to greet her. On bringing her cloud to a stop, she first talked with Master Zhenwan and then greeted the 3 stars, after which she climbed to her seat. Monkey then led the Tang priest, Pig, and Friar Sand out to do obeisance before the steps, and all the immortals in the temple came to bow to her as well. There's no need to dither about, great immortal, said Monkey. Get an incense table ready at once and ask the Bodhisattva to cure that whatever it is tree of yours. The great immortal Jin Wan bowed to the Bodhisattva and thanked her. How could I be so bold as to trouble the Bodhisattva with my affairs? The Tang priest is my disciple, and Monkey has offended you, so it is only right that I should make up for the loss of your priceless tree. In that case, there is no need for you to refuse, said the 3 stars. May we invite you, Bodhisattva, to come into our orchard and take a look. The great sage had an incense table set up, and the orchard swept. Then he asked the Bodhisattva to lead the way. The 3 stars followed behind. Sun Zong, his disciples, and all the immortals of the temple went into the orchard to look, and they saw the tree lying on the ground with the earth torn open, its roots laid bare, its leaves fallen, and its branches withered. Put your hand out, Monkey, said the Bodhisattva, and Brother Monkey stretched out his left hand. The Bodhisattva dipped her willow spray into the sweet dew in her vase, then used it to write a spell to revive the dead on the palm of Monkey's hand. She told him to place it on the roots of the tree until he saw water coming out. Monkey clenched his fist and tucked it under the roots. Before long, a spring of clear water began to form a pool. That water must not be sullied by vessels made of any of the 5 elements, so you will have to scoop it out with a jade ladle. If you prop the tree up and pour the water on it from the very top, its bark and trunk will knit together, its leaves will sprout again, the branches will be green once more, and the fruit will reappear. Fetch a jade ladle this moment, young Taoists, said Monkey. We poor monks have no jade ladle in our destitute temple. We only have jade tea bowls and wine cups. Would they do? As long as they are jade and can scoop out water, they will do, the Bodhisattva replied. Bring them out and try. The great immortal then told some boys to fetch the 20 or 30 tea bowls and the 40 or 50 wine cups and ladle the clear water out from under the roots. Monkey, Pig, and Friar Sand put their shoulders under the tree, raised it upright, and banked it up with earth. Then they presented the sweet spring water cup by cup to the Bodhisattva, who sprinkled it lightly on the tree with her spray of willow, and recited an incantation. When a little later the water had all been sprinkled on the tree, the leaves really did become as dense and green as ever, and there were 23 man-fruits growing there. Pure Wind and Bright Moon, the 2 immortal boys, said, When the fruit disappeared the other day, there were only 22 of them. So why is there an extra one now that it has come back to life? Time shows the truth about a man, Monkey replied. I only stole 3 that day. The other one fell on the ground, and the local deity told me that this treasure always entered Earth when it touched it. Pig accused me of taking it as a bit of extra for myself and blackened my reputation. But at long last the truth has come out. The reason why I did not use vessels made from the 5 elements was because I knew that this kind of fruit is allergic to them, said the Bodhisattva. The great immortal, now extremely happy, had the golden rod fetched at once and knocked down 10 of the fruits. He invited the Bodhisattva and the 3 stars to come to the main hall of the temple to take part a man-fruit feast to thank them for their labors. All the junior immortals arranged tables, chairs, and cinnabar bowls. The Bodhisattva was asked to take the seat of honor with the 3 stars on her left, the Tang priest on her right,
and Master Jin Wan facing her as the host. They ate one fruit each, and there are some lines about it. In the ancient earthly paradise on the mountain of infinite longevity, the man-fruit ripens once in 9,000 years. When the magic roots were bared and the branches dead, the sweet dew brought leaves and fruit back to life. The happy meeting of the 3 stars was predestined. It was fated that the 4 monks would encounter one another. Now that they have eaten the man-fruit at this feast, they will all enjoy everlasting youth. The Bodhisattva and the 3 stars ate one each, as did the Tang priest, who realized at last that this was an immortal's treasure, and Monkey, Pig, and Friar Sand. Master Jin Wan had one to keep them company, and the immortals of the temple divided the last one between them. Monkey thanked the Bodhisattva, who went back to Potoraka, and saw the 3 stars off on their journey home to the island of Penglai. Master Jin Wan set out some non-alcoholic wine, and made Monkey his sworn brother. This was a case of, if you don't fight, you can't make friends. And their 2 households were now united. That night, Sun Zong and his disciples went to bed feeling very happy. The venerable priest had now been lucky enough to eat the grass-returning cinnabar, gaining long life and resistance to fiends and monsters. Listen to the next installment to hear how they took their leave the next day. Chapter 27. The corpse fiend thrice tricks Tung Sun Zong. The holy monk angrily dismisses the handsome monkey king. At dawn the next day, Sun Zong and his 3 disciples packed their things before setting off. Now that Master Jin Wan had made Monkey his sworn brother, and was finding him so congenial, he did not want to let him go, so he entertained him for another 5 or 6 days. Sun Zong had really become a new man, and was livelier and healthier now that he had eaten the grass-returning cinnabar. His determination to fetch the scriptures was too strong to let him waste any more time, so there was nothing for it but to be on their way. Soon after they had set out again, Master and disciple saw a high mountain in front of them. I'm afraid that mountain ahead may be too steep for the horse, Sun Zong said, so we must think this over carefully. Don't worry, Master, said Monkey. We know how to cope. He went ahead of the horse with his cudgel over his shoulder and cleared a path up to the top of the cliff. He saw no end of row upon row of craggy peaks, twisting beds of torrents. Tigers and wolves were running in packs, deer and muntjac moving in herds. Countless river deer darted around, and the mountains were covered with fox and hare. 1,000-foot pythons, 10,000-fathom snakes. The great pythons puffed out murky clouds. The enormous snakes breathed monstrous winds. Brambles and thorns spread beside the paths. Pines and cedars stood elegant on the ridge. There were wild fig trees wherever the eye could see, and sweet-scented flowers as far as the horizon. The mountain shadow fell north of the ocean. The clouds parted south of the handle of the Dipper. The towering cliffs were as ancient as the primal essence, the majestic crags cold in the sunlight. Sun Zong was immediately terrified
so Monkey resorted to some of his tricks. He whirled his iron cudgel and roared, at which all the wolves, snakes, tigers, and leopards fled. Then they started up the mountain, and as they were crossing a high ridge, Sunzong said to Monkey, "Monkey, I've been hungry all day, so would you please go and beg some food for us somewhere?" "You aren't very bright, master," Monkey replied with a grin. "We're on a mountain with no village or inn for many miles around. Even if we had money, there'd be nowhere to buy food, so where am I to go and beg for it?" Sunzong felt cross, so he laid into Monkey. "You ape," he said. "Don't you remember how you were crushed by the Buddha in a stone cell under the double boundary mountain where you could talk but not walk? It was I who saved your life, administered the monastic vows to you, and made you my disciple. How dare you be such a slacker? Why aren't you prepared to make an effort?" "I always make an effort," said Monkey. "I'm never lazy." "If you're such a hard worker, go and beg some food for us. I can't manage on an empty stomach. Besides, with the noxious vapors on this mountain, we'll never reach the Thunder Monastery." "Please don't be angry, master, and stop talking. I know your obstinate character. If I'm too disobedient, you'll say that spell. You'd better dismount and sit here while I find something and beg for some food." Monkey leapt up into the clouds with a single jump, and shading his eyes with his hand, he looked around. Unfortunately, he could see nothing in any direction except emptiness. There was no village or house or any other sign of human habitation among the countless trees. After looking for a long time, he made out a high mountain away to the south. On its southern slopes was a bright red patch. Monkey brought his cloud down and said, "Master, there's something to eat." Sunzong asked him what it was. "There's no house around here where we could ask for food," Monkey replied. "But there's a patch of red on a mountain to the south that I'm sure must be ripe wild peaches. I'll go and pick some. They'll fill you up." "A monk who has peaches to eat is a lucky man," said Sunzong. Monkey picked up his bowl and leapt off on a beam of light. Just watch as he flashes off in a somersault, a whistling gust of cold air. Within a moment, he was picking peaches on the southern mountain. There is a saying that goes, "If the mountain is high, it's bound to have fiends. If the ridge is steep, spirits will live there." This mountain did indeed have an evil spirit who was startled by Monkey's appearance. It strode through the clouds on a negative wind, and on seeing the venerable Sunzong on the ground below, thought happily, "What luck! What luck! At home they've been talking for years about a Tang monk from the east who's going to fetch the great vehicle. He's a reincarnation of Golden Cicada, and has an original body that has been purified through 10 lives. Anyone who eats a piece of his flesh will live forever, and today at last he's here." The evil spirit went forward to seize him, but the sight of the 2 great generals to Sunzong's left and right made it frightened to close in on him. Who, it wondered, were they? They were in fact Pig and Friar Sand, and for all that their powers were nothing extraordinary, Pig was really Marshal Tian Peng, while Friar Sand was the great curtain-lifting general. It was because their former awe-inspiring qualities had not yet been dissipated that the fiend did not close in. "I'll try a trick on them and see what happens," the spirit said to itself. The splendid evil spirit stopped its negative wind in a hollow and changed itself into a girl with a face as round as the moon and as pretty as a flower. Her brow was clear and her eyes beautiful. Her teeth were white and her lips red. In her left hand she held a blue earthenware pot, and in her right a green porcelain jar. She headed east towards the Tang priest. The holy monk rested his horse on the mountain, and suddenly noticed a pretty girl approaching. The green sleeves over her jade fingers lightly billowed. Golden lotus feet peeped under her trailing skirt. The beads of sweat on her powdered face were dew on a flower. Her dusty brow was a willow in the mist. Carefully and closely he watched her as she came right up to him. "Pig, Friar Sand," said Sanzang when he saw her. "Don't you see somebody coming, although Monkey said that this was a desolate and uninhabited place? You and Friar Sand stay here while I go and take a look." The blockhead laid down his rake, straightened his tunic, put on the airs of a gentleman, and stared at the girl as he greeted her. Although he had not been sure from a distance, he could now clearly see that the girl had bones of jade under skin as pure as ice.
Ultimately, I think you do have to be able to engage in honest self-reflection. Maybe to be human is a little mad in itself. I wish I could make something like that. Ever have? I actually find magic system more to elder. Beyond what's monster fed to pure magic.
Hi, my name is Benji. Most of you will know me as the voice of the robot you watch on this channel every week. I'm also the show's creator and director. I can't speak for our community, but I think it's also really fun to see an idea you suggested show up in a future video. I shouldn't spoil too much, but after this video, you're gonna start to notice a bit of a difference in our content. We're about to release a bunch of videos that have us more excited than we were on. Okay, that's enough for me. A man finds him. Something happened recently that, frankly, I don't think the world ever really expected to happen again. They made a good Silent Hill game. Not a new Silent Hill game, it's a remake of Silent Hill 2, but it's still a game that feels like Silent Hill, which is an accomplishment. The last 2 decades have been full of, what's the term? Flops, I guess. The most recent Silent Hill games before this ranged from kind of meh, in my opinion, to blasphemous. The 2 movie adaptations were weird, and the last thing we got before the remake was this sort of bad choose-your-own-adventure TV show thing.
Hulk. I mean, my Hulk could have been better at.
In the end, we were left with 4 really good games and a handful of entries that most fans either really disregard the intentional thematic choices of the original. Things were, at least to me, looking pretty bleak. But then the game came out and it was good. It was fantastic, actually.
Excuse me.
3 times as long to beat the remake than
Lost?
all of the environments were expanded to the point where it took me to really like this addition to the franchise. At the very least, it's a relief that the game wasn't the tepid money grab that we were all afraid it would be. This isn't another Silent Hill pachinko game or rail shooter. This is real. It was clearly made with love and dedication back and forth between your apartment and the other world. The one safe place really shattered memories as these sort of embarrassing therapy sessions, as if to say, look, we're doing the psychological Silent Hill thing, but fresher. Yes, all 4 of these games sort of look like Silent Hill, but to me, I don't know, it just feels like pandering. I mean, quietly, this game seems like it'll be strengthened by the new things that it brings to Silent Hill. I don't want to speak too soon, but
These smart tires are taking over the rental car infrastructure in southern Italy. The car tire manufacturer Pirelli has been working on a fancy new automobile shoe that can gather data relating to things like air pressure, temperature, and probably, most notably, road conditions. They communicate with the car using a low-energy Bluetooth connection that stays powered by a small battery and for the length of the tire's lifespan. And while they've been pretty much exclusive to expensive luxury supercars up until now, Pirelli just partnered with Apulia, the region that makes up the heel of Italy's boot, to get these things touching asphalt. The idea is to get as many smart tires on the road as possible, and they're starting with an agreement with a fitting with the new.
This is how the 16-inch gun on battleship USS Missouri was loaded. The ram operator rams a projectile into the gun. After retracting the ram, the gun is ready for the powder bags to be loaded. The powder trunk doors are opened, and 3 powder bags are rolled into the tray. Then 3 more bags are rolled down for a total of 6, and then the trunk doors are closed. All 6 powder bags are pushed into the gun, and the rammer is retracted. The cradle is then raised and the breech door is closed before the gun moves into firing position and fire. This is how the 16-inch gun on battleship USS Missouri.
In nature, anything that flies has symmetry. And in the early days of human flight, mimicking nature made sense. But as we pushed onto ever higher speeds, our stubborn insistence on symmetry might have been a mistake. In the 1950s, a brilliant NASA engineer began to push for a radical new approach, proving theoretically and with prototypes that aircraft didn't have to be symmetrical. The implications of his work are profound. It suggests we should be flying a lot faster and more efficiently than we are today. In nature, click the link below or visit the Mustard channel to watch the full video. In nature, anything that flies has symmetry. And in the early days of human flight, mimicking nature made sense. But as we pushed onto ever higher speeds, our stubborn insistence on symmetry might have been a mistake. In the 1950s, a brilliant NASA engineer began to push for a radical new approach, proving theoretically and with prototypes that aircraft didn't have to be symmetrical. The implications of his work are profound. It suggests we should be flying a lot faster and more efficiently than we are today.
This is Bob and this is Sue. They both live in two-dimensional universes. Bob's universe is flat and Sue's is curved. But surprisingly, when they live in the universe, it's hard to tell what shape their universe actually is. Now, Bob is smart and remembers his Euclidean geometry. He knows that if you draw a triangle, the angles always equal 180 degrees, and you definitely can't draw a triangle with 3 90-degree angles. And because of this, he determines that his three-dimensional universe must be flat. Sue does the same thing and determines that her three-dimensional universe must be flat as well. But then she starts to second guess herself and says, well, what if the curvature is actually just really low and it looks flat on a local level? So she decides to draw some bigger shapes and see if it still looks flat. So she draws 3 right angles really far away from each other in her universe and connects them with straight lines, and lo and behold, she can connect 3 straight lines with 3 90-degree angles and it makes a triangle. So she determines that her 3-dimensional shape is actually spherical. Now this is the same way that scientists are trying to figure out the 4-dimensional shape of our universe. This is Bob and this is
The longest running laboratory experiment of all time is about to hit its 100th anniversary. It was created by Thomas Parnell in 1927 because he wanted to demonstrate that everyday materials can exhibit really exciting and strange properties. Pitch is a black, tar-like substance that will shatter when you hit it with a hammer, but Thomas was determined to prove that despite what everyone thought, it was actually a liquid. So in 1927, he kicked off his experiment with a substance that is 100 billion times thicker than water. To start, he heated it and poured it into a funnel. It took 3 years for it to cool and settle, and in 1930, the experiment was underway. It took 8 years for the first pitch drop, and over 40 years for the next 5 to follow. 95 years later, and only 9 drops have fallen, with the last one taking place in 2014. But in a very strange turn of events, for all 9 drops, various glitches have prevented anyone from seeing a drop with their own eyes. The longest running laboratory experiment of all time.
Ice. A creamy bosom revealed by her neckline. Her willow eyebrows were black and glossy, and silver stars shone from her almond eyes. She was as graceful as the moon, as pure as the heavens. Her body was like a swallow in a willow tree. Her voice like an oriole singing in the wood. She was wild apple blossom enmeshing the sun, an opening peony full of the spring. When the idiot pig saw how beautiful she was, his earthly desires were aroused, and he could not hold back the reckless words that came to his lips. "Where are you going, Bodhisattva?" he said. "And what's that you're holding?" Although she was obviously an evil fiend, he could not realize it. "Venerable sir," the girl replied at once, "this blue pot is full of tasty rice, and the green jar contains fried wheat balls. I've come here specially to fulfill a vow to feed monks." Pig was thoroughly delighted to hear this. He came tumbling back at breakneck speed and said to Sun Song, "Master, heaven rewards the good. When you sent my elder brother off begging because you felt hungry, that ape went fooling around somewhere picking peaches. Besides, too many peaches turn your stomach and give you the runs. Don't you see that this girl is coming to feed us monks?" "You stupid idiot," replied Sanzang, who was not convinced. "We haven't met a single decent person in this direction. So where could anyone come from to feed monks?" "What's she then, master?" said Pig. When Sun Sung saw her, he sprang to his feet, put his hands together in front of his chest, and said, "Bodhisattva, where is your home? Who are you? What vow brings you here to feed monks?" Although she was obviously an evil spirit, the venerable Sanzang could not see it either. On being asked about her background by Sanzang, the evil spirit immediately produced a fine-sounding story with which to fool him. "This mountain, which snakes and wild animals won't go near, is called White Tiger Ridge," she said. "Our home lies due west from here at the foot of it. My mother and father live there, and they're devout people who read the scriptures and feed monks from far and near. As they had no son, they asked heaven to bless them. When I was born, they wanted to marry me off to a good family, but then they decided to find me a husband who would live in our home to look after them in their old age and see them properly buried." "Bodhisattva, What you say can't be right, replied Sanzang. The Analects say, when father and mother are alive, do not go on long journeys. If you have to go out, have a definite aim. As your parents are at home and have found you a husband, you should let him fulfill your vow for you. Why ever are you walking in the mountains all by yourself, without even a servant? This is no way for a lady to behave. The girl smiled and produced a smooth reply at once. My husband is hoeing with some of our retainers in a hollow in the north of the mountain, reverend sir, and I am taking them this food I've cooked. As it's July and all the crops are ripening, nobody can be spared to run errands, and my parents are old, so I'm taking it there myself. Now that I have met you 3 monks from so far away, I would like to give you this food as my parents are so pious. I hope you won't refuse our paltry offering. It's very good of you, said Sanzang, but one of my disciples has gone to pick some fruit and will be back soon, so we couldn't eat any of your food. Besides, if we ate your food, your husband might be angry with you when he found out, and we would get into trouble too. As the Tang priest was refusing to eat the food, the girl put on her most charming expression and said, My parents' charity to monks is nothing compared to my husband's, master. He is a religious man whose lifelong pleasure has been repairing bridges, mending roads, looking after the aged, and helping the poor. When he hears that I have given you this food, he'll love me more warmly than ever. Sanzang still declined to eat it. Pig was beside himself. Twisting his lips into a pout, he muttered indignantly, Of all the monks on earth, there can't be another as soft in the head as our master. He won't eat ready-cooked food when there are only 3 of us to share it between. He's waiting for that ape to come back, and then we'll have to split it 4 ways. Without allowing any more discussion, he tipped the pot towards his mouth and was just about to eat. At just this moment, Brother Monkey was somersaulting back with his bowl full of peaches he had picked on the southern mountain. When he saw the golden pupils in his fiery eyes that the girl was an evil spirit, he put the bowl down, lifted his cudgel, and was going to hit her on the head when the horrified Sanzang held him back and said, Who do you think you're going to hit? That girl in front of you is no good, he replied. She's an evil spirit trying to make a fool of you. In the old days you had a very sharp eye, you ape, Sanzang said, but this is nonsense. This veritable bodhisattva is feeding us with the best of motives. So how can you call her an evil spirit? You wouldn't be able to tell, master, said Monkey with a grin. When I was an evil monster in the Water Curtain Cave, I used to do that if I wanted a meal of human flesh. I would turn myself into gold or silver, or a country mansion, or liquor, or a pretty girl. Whoever was fool enough to be besotted with one of these would fall in love with me, and I would lure them into the cave, where I did what I wanted with them. Sometimes I ate them steamed and sometimes boiled, and what I couldn't finish I used to dry in the sun against a rainy day. If I'd been slower here, master, you'd have fallen into her snare and she'd have finished you off. The Tang priest refused to believe him and maintained that she was a good person. I know you, master, said Monkey. Her pretty face must have made you feel randy. If that's the way you feel,
Tell Pig to fell a few trees and send Friar Sand to look off for some grass. I'll be the carpenter and we'll build you a hut here that you and the girl can use as your bridal chamber. We can all go our own ways. Wouldn't marriage be a worthwhile way of living? Why bother plodding on to fetch some scriptures or other? Sanzong, who had always been such a soft and virtuous man, was unable to take this. He was so embarrassed that he blushed from his shaven pate to his ears. While Sanzong was feeling so embarrassed, Monkey flared up again and struck at the evil spirit's face. The fiend, who knew a trick or two, used a magic way of abandoning its body. When it saw Monkey's cudgel coming, it braced itself and fled, leaving a false corpse lying dead on the ground. Sanzong shook with terror and said to himself, "That monkey is utterly outrageous. Despite all my good advice, he will kill people for no reason at all." "Don't be angry, master," said Monkey. "Come and see what's in her pot." Friar Sand helped Sanzong over to look, and he saw that far from containing tasty rice, it was full of centipedes with long tails. The jar had held not wheat balls, but frogs and toads, which were now jumping around on the ground. Sanzong was now beginning to believe Monkey. This was not enough, however, to prevent a furious pig from deliberately making trouble by saying,
"Master, that girl was a local countrywoman who happened to meet us while she was taking some food to the fields. There's no reason to think she was an evil spirit. My elder brother was trying to club out on her, and he killed her by mistake. He's deliberately trying to trick us by magicking the food into those things because he's afraid you'll recite the band tightening spell. He's fooled you into not saying it."
This brought the blindness back on Sanzong, who believed these troublemaking remarks, and made the magic with his hand as he recited the spell. "My head's aching! My head's aching!" Monkey said. "Stop! Please stop! Tell me off if you like." "I've nothing to say to you," replied Sanzong. "A man of religion should always help others, and his thoughts should always be virtuous. When sweeping the floor, you must be careful not to kill any ants, and to spare the moth, you should put gauze round your lamp. Why do you keep murdering people? If you're going to kill innocent people like that, there's no point in your going to fetch the scriptures. Go back." "Where am I to go back to?" Monkey asked. "I won't have you as my disciple any longer," said Sanzong. "If you won't have me as your disciple," Monkey said, "I'm afraid you'll never reach the Western Heaven." "My destiny is in heaven's hands," replied Sanzong. "If some evil spirit is fated to cook me, he will, and there's no way of getting out of it. But if I'm not to be eaten, will you be able to extend my life? Be off with you at once." "I'll go if I must," said Monkey, "but I'll never have repaid your kindness to me." "What kindness have I ever done you?" Sanzong asked. Monkey knelt down and kowtowed. "When I wrecked the Heavenly Palace," he said, "I put myself in a very dangerous position, and the Buddha crashed me under the double boundary mountain. Luckily, the Bodhisattva Guanyin administered the vows to me, and you, Master, released me. So if I don't go with you to the Western Heaven, I'll look like a scoundrel who doesn't return a kindness, with a name that will be cursed forever." As Sanzong was a compassionate and holy monk, this desperate plea from Monkey persuaded him to relent. In view of what you say, I'll let you off this time, but don't behave so disgracefully again. If you are ever as wicked as that again, I shall recite that spell 20 times over. Make it 30 if you like, replied Monkey. I shan't hit anyone else. With that, he helped Sanzong mount the horse and offered him some of the peaches he had picked. After eating a few, the Tang priest felt less hungry for the time being. The evil spirit rose up into the air when it had saved itself from being killed by Monkey's cudgel. Gnashing its teeth in the clouds, it thought of Monkey and with silent hatred. Now I know that those magical powers of his I've been hearing about for years are real. The Tang priest didn't realize who I was and would have eaten that food. If he'd so much as leant forward to smell it, I could have seized him, and he would have been mine. But then Monkey turned up, wrecked my plan, and almost killed me with his club. If I spare